living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do.
Так, у меня место-то есть хоть на диске, нет?
If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
Тогда, конечно, конечно, мы же идем, конечно. Разумеется.
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
Увидимся в Дравожде. Так что, никаких... Неужели никаких новых охот для меня нет? Купа. Удивительно. Здравствуй, Вестасент. Говорил Мандалорец, да можешь проспойлерить, ГГ, там же не полноценный Мандалорец, но его обучение. Внимание, спойлеры! Там произошел в свое время раскол в касте Мандалорцев. Вот. И мандалорцы, которые не с Мандалора, они типа гарнизон смерти. То есть такие типа провинившиеся ребята, которые ушли служить во имя Мандалора. У них там очень жесткие правила, и, соответственно, когда Мандалор бомбили, выжили как раз таки по большей части ребята с гарнизона смерти, потому что они базировались не на Мандалоре. Вот. И поэтому, как бы, по учению они мандалорцы, но сверхжесткие, супертрадиционалисты-мандалорцы. Вот. И таким простым мандалорцам им это типа не нравится. Зачастую. Что они типа дофига традиционалисты, а эти традиционалисты не считают зачастую обычных мандалорцев за мандалорцев. Типа, ну как, мы тут по понятиям живем, а вы тут как... У вас какие-то послабления в понятиях есть ли? Не дела, не дела. Как твой день прошел? Как говно. Ну, в принципе, как и вся неделя. Так что поэтому всю неделю я отчасти был депрессивный и недовольный. Да я остаюсь, пожалуй.
Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo? Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash. Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo amplification and a system of reciprocal recirculatory regenerators that let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot.
Блин, я думаю, если бы я работал успешным стримером, я бы не грустил. Не знаю, я бы днем качался, как тварь какая-нибудь, чтобы как секс выглядеть. Рассекал везде, и потом по вечерам и днем периодически иногда бы стримил. Такие гигастримы долгие. Это не особо похож на супернаемника. По сравнению с остальными наемниками, Мандалорец, у него есть кодекс чести. То есть, в чем прикол Мандалорца по лору? То есть, он тебя не кинет, если ты его не кинешь. Вот, такого не бывает. И он сам уже по себе вооружен, ну, просто до зубов. То есть, ну, просто машина убийств, которая еще обучена при этом. То есть, ну, по сравнению с остальными, Мандалорец очень даже не херовый наемник. Очень даже не херовый. Добро, королев добрый, а я в мультике видел. Конечно. Но я кинул в первой серии, когда не доплатили, за кого он схватил. Но он и в морду им всем там дал. Поэтому, как бы... Мандалорца лучше не кидать. Если, как бы, ну, с ним что-то случится, и его братюни об этом узнают, тебе объявят кровную месть. Все мандалорцы. Так что, ну нахер.
They're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hub with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger uncles.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some. Там, по-моему, все равно ему в морду даст чуть позже. Тем более платили ему нехерово-то. Я так, насколько понял, дальше.
And we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
Will do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
То есть пескар, из которого делают броню, это просто гигооплата для них.
How was she?
Надо еще к этому фолианту зайти. Рассказать ему всякое. Если учесть, что планету шахтами... Да, то есть планету шахтами понюкали, а материала по галактике типа очень мало.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Почему бы твоего дроида не сделать еще до металла? Ну, потому что его типа мало.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
У них же типа какая-то фишка есть о том, что оружие из пескара не должно существовать. Потому что если будет существовать оружие из пескара, оно будет пробивать броню из пескара. И типа поэтому нельзя, чтобы было оружие.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
Вот как в первой серии, когда он просто в тупую залез в центр базы разбойников, его окружили, обстреляли, когда сама база была окружена холмами. Это бы кричу. Да нет, там боевка дальше нормально. Но бывают такие, да, странные моменты. Ну там в основном это, знаете, игра на стереотипы. Здравствуйте, Александр. Капитан Дорис. Сокрушитель беспокойно благополучием нашего командира. Несмотря на то, что леди Дорис явно взволнована своим расследованием, она отказывается от всякой помощи. Поговорите с капитаном и выясните причину ее тревог.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me. But I can speak to her at least.
Там же вроде в свое время, ну, в старые времена существовала какая-то ведь гига-армия дроидов из гига-железа какого-то, которая почти человечество, ну, в этом секторе галактики не уничтожила. Все вот это вот, так называемую высокую империю и прочую бубуйню. И по лору вроде как там она должна была вернуться потом и снова всех убить, но это редконю. После каждой атаки можно магии пыхать. Да, можно. Я периодически это там делаю.
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment and about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
How are you doing? Here you go.
Ну, поехали. А, мы же навыки еще не прокачали новые. Отшива. Мы же хотели попробовать новые навыки. Поменять иконы огня на живо. Вот. Соответственно, забыть рывок Феникса. Возьмем алмазную пыль 2 раза. И может быть 3 на 2, да. Тут 2 на 2. Но написано, что оно типа может улучшаться, в этом прикол. Так вот, притянутый герой можно применить в воздухе. Ну, притянутый герой, кстати, очень хорошо скалируется вот с растущим пламенем. Ладно. Так, снаряжение айкона. Ту-ту-ту-ту. Ту-ду-ду-ду. Так, багровый вихрь мы убираем, делаем растущее пламя. Здесь нас интересует алмазная пыль. Вот. А здесь оцепенение, да. Иногда получается, что мы можем забыть багровый вихрь. И потом взять волну холода дальше.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago. Those things I said before.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold, a foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not listen to me.
What does Captain Philippe make of this?
Может, ему нравятся
The
свои
town was
идеи,
under
поэтому
attack.
тебя не
It was
слушает.
him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrec. A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men, if it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation, least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to his eminence if you ask them.
И что ты мне предлагаешь? Убить его, что ли?
No bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well, will you try?
Ну слушай, на удивление герцог хотя бы открытый к людям, то есть к нему можно прийти и сказать ему, что фу, надо так. Ну, он тебя все равно, конечно, посылает, но все равно прийти можно. Удивительно просто.
Overseeing the troops, yes.
All right. Wish me luck.
Здравствуйте, господа. А, ну прямо здесь.
At the remembrance ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Слушай, ну если он прямо здесь, а чем мне маркер-то на него не показывает?
Halt. Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you?
Ну, как сказать.
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
Ну, за счет допкостов она длинноватая, конечно, но не знаю, мне нравится в целом. Особенно с учетом того, что в принципе ничего нет, и лето это мертвый сезон. Я держу не против.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison.
Какой знакомый дядька.
The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed
from
recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back
А
later.
Грегор это типа женщина? Или звучит как мужское имя в
The
целом?
citizens revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose.
Не, ну в целом его идея понятна о том, что, блин, как бы, чтобы защитить людей, нужно построить империю. Ну или не империю. Ну, какие-то оборонительные сооружения, и на это нужны деньги. Но вот вопрос в том, как бы, имеет ли смысл людей грабить ради этого? Когда, например, можно, например, раздать земли людям, которые будут помогать отстраивать все это. Как вариант.
Just your opinion,
Какие-то
actually.
льготы для
I
торговцев.
wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles
Как бы
like
бедные люди особо налоги не платят.
first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'll be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
Почему мне квест это не отображается?
Why, your stall is as...
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Do you see anything you like? You've a keen eye. I do like a customer
В
who
середине
knows
века
what
это
he
что-то
wants.
особо никого не парило. Ну, опять же, да, наверное, соглашусь, в середине века люди зачастую были довольно религиозны. Вот. Ну и там, скажем так, порядки были другие относительно сегодняшних. Причем сильно другие.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get me started. You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses, he's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Не были там же испокон веков говорили, что вот это помазанник Божий, трали-вали, 8 дыр, типа, не прикословить ему, это значит идти против Бога, против церкви, если не будете, как бы, слушаться церковь, то попадете в ад, по еще 10 церковь занести не забудьте, ребят, это очень важно. А с учетом того, что люди тогда были дико неграмотные, верили вообще всему, что им говорили. Было хорошим сдерживающим фактором.
The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gills,
как у него рубашка не расползается.
maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire is the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
As long as you remain.
You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the dame, but I've got a family to look after. That's where my loyalties lie, not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us the men and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't care how he does it.
Ну, здравый эгоизм. Весьма здравый эгоизм.
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Ядрить, сколько мнений мне нужно пойти и разузнать. А что думает по этому поводу Филипп, Александр и Володя? Давайте спросим Чокоба, каково его мнение на этот счет.
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time.
Здравствуйте. Без выбора, ну что-то
I
вроде.
wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. I know what I need to do now. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls, so I better go. Thanks again.
Ну почему? Тут торговцы и жители города, кого еще спрашивать? С них налоги-то и будут брать. И их же и выгонять будут отсюда.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. Expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
И вот интересно, солдат тоже налоги брали? Или у них сразу из зарплаты налоги вычитали? Или солдаты не обладали с налогом? Ну, 3 торговца было. 1 житель, 2 стражника.
Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you.
Ваш истинный враг в целом это синебордые чуваки, которые хотят всех
Do you mind
вырезать.
if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Блин, перевод, конечно, кривенький. Будь... Я для тебя выделил. Будь, ну, будь моим гостем, говорит, как будто в первый раз. Ну или не в первый раз. Как бы игра слов, но они, я, конечно, криво перевели. Опять же, не с английского перевод был взят, так что...
Until then, Clive.
Until then.
Интересно, нафига нужны вот эти вот стальной шелк, там, не знаю, прочная херобора какая-нибудь, вот это вот все, ну... К чему оно? Оно практически даже уже для крафта не надо. Ну, а насыпает его так, будь здоров в целом. Так, нам даже для улучшения надо. Для улучшения уже более серьезные штуки нужны. Там зеленые реагенты, синие реагенты, фиолетовые реагенты. Серые обычные реагенты уже ни для чего не нужны. Особенно с учетом того, что, блин, гребаный кузнец по ДНДшному улучшает максимум до +2. Вот дадут тебе крывать, будешь ее улучшать. О-о-о. Да, что-то сомневаюсь. Ну, тихо, тихо.
these ones first.
It's over.
To find this spherical echo. This is it. Right then. Just two more to
Вот
find.
эта фигня, конечно, забавная, но не знаю, не нравится она мне. То есть она всех стягивает в точку, и можно после этого ультануть по всем. Но в таргет с босс-файтами она, ёб твою мать, ну такая себе в целом.
Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Гаджил вальнул. Ну как? Они вместе вальнулись скорее.
Ah, Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns
Как
with
бестянки?
anyone,
Она
it's you.
все здесь же.
All right.
Все на месте.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
Надо посевку? Уж его
Just because the
посмотреть.
heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Nearly done.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Насколько она хорошо. Да, блин, а куда?
I've got greens of
Looking
all
for shelter,
shapes and
are you?
sizes. Colours too.
Блин, а куда Дорис-то свалила? Ядрить колотить. Ну, то есть... Она типа где-то здесь. А, ну вот он. Господи,
It's
пряталась.
been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
Не, в таверне Марта.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine. that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Да нормальный меч. По-моему, где-то такой видел уже. Опять же, наверное, в финалке. Где-то. Так, как быстрее всего будет? Ну, наверное, сюда, через доки. БГ через месяц выходит. Оно уж 30 августа выходит, не? Как она может через месяц выходить? Или не дату релиза перенесли на месяц раньше? Да пока теперь 3 августа уходит. Вау! Ничего, не тогда-то передвинули. Приятненько. На PS5 6 сентября. Но они всегда дольше делали игры на такого плана на PS-ке. Потому как не просто сделать грамотный интерфейс такой игры под управлением геймпада.
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
Будет великая битва. На PS5 будет БГ-3, а на этом Карабоксе гребаный этот Starfield.
Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company.
Ну, кстати, разумно, да, не быть в одном релизном окне. Хотя, я думаю, Starfield проиграет. Хотя, опять же, да, то есть... Может, и не проиграть. Да, навыки льда, конечно. Ну, дерьмо, я отпуск на сентябрь взял. Рано взял. Отменяем отпуск.
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people...
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
Скинул в БГ.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Ульта слабая. То есть она очень хороша против толпы, но вряд ли будет сильна против босса.
Welcome back, Sid.
Да, где-то здесь.
I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
Как ты навыки получил? Блин, убивать-то их не обязательно, можно просто силу высосать.
You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Coastbreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
Не знаю, я разочарован тем, что нету у магов Блейдсингера. Крайне разочарован. Жирно будет Блейдсингера. А чё жирно будет? Нормально. То есть, блин, Блейдсингер это жирно, а Вариант Human не жирно, да? Ну, зашибись.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The horde is closing in. They're coming, Sir Wade, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
The horde.
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lacked men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them.
Друзья, там лунный друид есть, ну, из зимбовых.
My friends, I humbly beg your aid.
Таких вот более-менее.
We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you.
Что все, мы все о тебе знаем, все.
A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you?
Часовых полей рабастером, конечно, да.
Going to accept fate like
Так и
good little
задумано.
branded and die, having never stood up for yourselves?
Херачи, сковородка! Нахер! Блин, отпуск уже одобрили, готовить будет неудобно. Ну, блин, напиши перенос. За 2 недели вполне возможно сделать перенос. И он вообще отпуск за день одобрили. До отпуска сказали, вали нахер! И все. Треба туда высовывались нафиг. Блин, ну я не знаю. Такое себе. Даже вот работенки бы мне побольше. Даже тут грустно работать. Все меня не радует. Или уже начать стримером работать. Год говна, конечно, в целом.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade, they're here.
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
Где было меня в одного цел выпустить? Ящериц добавили. Ну как каких-то? Вполне определенных ящериц добавили. Да, без Даша воздух, конечно, унылен. Не, наверное, все-таки вернем обратно Феникса. Да, вложимся, может быть, в молнию.
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield, change of plan.
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many Akashic remain in East Pool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the curl. Join me only when East Pool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the founder protect you.
Удар магии. Да как лед выглядит. Просто сосулька такая. Маленькая сосулька делает. Так, давай. Так, теперь сюда смотрим. Вместо этого ставим Гаруду. Ульту те же самые оставляем. Вместо растущего пламени. Ну давай импульс, я не знаю.
Next one's mine. I might not know
one. Да, очков немного не хватает на огненный навык. Где ты, кися? А вон она.
There it is. With me, Toro.
Что-то как-то... Это было просто.
All right. Back to Eastpool.
Я бы, может быть, даже взял не огненный навык, а каменный навык с усилением, который вокруг себя бьет. Вот это вот ручками, которые...
Lord Rossfield, the curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
Ну, по идее, самый сильный КПшный контрип это Бумблейд грёбаный. И Барьер Блейд.
This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
no. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too, and I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'll be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right, I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together?
Да, ты-то все заруинил.
Stillwind marshes.
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
Ребят, целуйтесь.
The hero returned.
Элдридж, Хексбейда, кстати, нет.
When you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
О. Новую херню дали. Скоро конец. Нет, потом еще НГ плюс проходить будем. А с новыми офсетами врагов, с новой сложностью и новыми скиллами. Боже, не надо. Да. Внезапно новый сюжет начнется. Совершенно внезапно. А я неправильно пошел, да? Ладно. Да, ДНГ 7 плюс дойдем. А потом года вар пройдем на НГ плюс. И музыка раздражает. Ой, у нас практически каждый раз во время ДНДшных боев, блин, одна и та же музыка играла. Из Darkest Dungeon. По-моему, все Souls-like игры типа до 7 плюс НГ идут. Технологии древних. Возможно, древние были протосы, не знаю. Ну там браслет БК, опять какая-то буйня пойдет. Ни одну хорошую вещь, по-моему, так и не дали из браслетов. Они все крайне такие специфичные. Личный урон носимый при выпаде на 5%. Ну, ошибаюсь. Так, что у нас там еще? Благодарность бессмертия. Обязательно.
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure?
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together.
Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders.
Интересно, а нафига ему вот этот вот натитник на одну сторону?
One just over the horizon.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws. And they grow more organized by the day.
But we'll fight them all off just like last time, no matter how many of them there are. Won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we
Ну,
continue
это
to
такой
work
очень
together,
интересный вопрос. От чего
we can
прикрывать
overcome
сердце?
any challenge we choose to face. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Until the only way to overcome it might be to
Отстрел.
run for the hills. Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organization in the bud by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause and ensuring that they never do. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid once more.
Я что-то в этом мире не видел ни одного гребаного лучника, все магии пуляются.
Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul. He reminds me of you.
I'll go and speak with him.
Ну да, то есть как бы непонятно из чего он сделан, мне кажется, сделан, ну так. Может ему, знаете, не знаю, может у него титька мерзнет. Я вот готов вот, например, в это поверить. То есть мерзнет у него правая титька, он такой, бля. Надо с этим что-то сделать.
Still in Dalamil, Victor?
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnis by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet again.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
Не, у японский школьниц-лучник это хотя бы понятно, это чтобы тетевой титьку себе не отхерачить.
I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon at as many camps as we can. We can't give this league of theirs time to rally its forces.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me.
А, ядрить тут кустов.
Faster!
Those ne'er-do-wells.
That must be the camp Victor mentioned.
Нет, кстати, не все пешие рыцари на самом деле. Тут и более иконные. Правда, в катсценах Ой, ну да ладно вам, не в таких уже BDSM костюмах ребята рассекают. Наговаривайте только. По-моему, только Розалийская гвардия ходит в этих БДСМ корсетах. Всех остальных нормальные такие, ну, латы.
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but that's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalimil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing. All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the townsfolk. I'm a Dalmek born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember
Хоть
who
одного Толстого тут
really
видел.
is.
Ну, Гет считается.
Friends.
Хотя хер его знает, знаете, он может как-то музыку под Джоджо так рубашку так, хоба, и там такой гига-качок такой, оп, оп,
Is a
оп.
trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I can.
Вообще, да, какая-то нетолерантная игра, ни одного бодипозитивного персонажа.
Stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but
Почему наш главный герой не толстый и жирный, и при этом не спасает мир? Какого хера? Ну, хорошо, не жирный, хотя бы просто толстенький.
Why do they always have to make such a...
Knew all along that he was...
forgive me for disturbing you, but could I have a moment of your time?
Они, конечно, алой сделали в этом в Horizon Forbidden West, как будто она так 5 мисок пельменей навернула за раз и поскакала. Ну это такое.
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil. And they will thank you not to get involved.
Вообще довольно забавно, что у них у всех одна вера и во всех народах дикая нетерпимость к носителям.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers?
For sharing you.
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in.
Да Капибара же в Москве, он уже нет
So
Капибара.
must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think
Тем
of
более
me.
я не хочу идти в зоопарк. Вот кем-нибудь я бы сходил.
And now, I know what that is.
На свидание,
I
например,
must
в зоопарк.
embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them.
То эти свидания в
Only to make
кинотеатрах
a
заколебали
suitably
уже.
dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones, it is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
Да, но при этом типа самое безопасное.
It's over.
Типа встретились, чуть пожрали, поболтали, вместе посидели, и все, разошлись.
You're going to throw this town and these children to the
Охереть
wolves.
свидание.
I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Ну, есть еще, конечно, вариант, вдруг как она окажется шалуньей, и пока темно.
Forget it. Do what you will.
Пробовать его ухватить за
Sure you're
что-нибудь.
making the right choice, Lubor.
Of those available to me,
Ну,
I
поэтому как
believe it's the
бы
best one.
в зоопарке повеселее.
Ah, but where are my manners?
Там погулять и
Here.
это.
A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
Позволите всякое. Здравствуйте, Александр.
Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Сейчас сразу в саму обойдутся. Что-то непонятное. Поверху или понизу, давай сюда.
Enough of you, are there? Safe. Farewell. That's all of them.
Мы все нашли. Так, тут что? Тоже квест.
What's happened?
Clive, you'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing well.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just sent word that the contract should be signed very soon. But I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge undertaking moving this many bearers at once. You couldn't do me a quick favor, could you?
What is it this time? More wild beasts?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask El how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these supplies moved.
All right. I'll go and ask.
Thanks, Clive. I owe you one.
И вот интересно, почему эти задания не идут последовательно? То есть ты как бы выполнил одно, это потом подожди. Потом опять это же задание, потом опять подожди.
Don't blame yourself, El. This is their fault, not yours.
I know, but...
No buts about it, all right?
Pew, pew.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And we were so close.
El? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fifth were speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How
У тебя вроде братан
Meet
есть.
me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is.
Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others. Someone needs to prepare the place and keep any prowling beasts at bay.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randala and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best.
Блин, какой же...
All right. To Randala then.
Какая же рукоять у меча какая-то прям... Ну, ненормальная, что ли? Сейчас в мир, да. Все засыпают от содержательных диалогов.
I won't give wrong. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Ну, это нормально, просто тут диалоги очень приземленные.
Let's go.
Дальше по расписанию.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Ну, июль, мертвый месяц. Там кроме Jagged Alliance и... Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart вроде ничего не выходит. А вдруг потом мы Сека забудем. Силы сутулые.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the Consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves. And then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The Consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration.
А вдруг это было слишком холодно, у Клайва ничего не получилось. Тем более, он уже не молодой, 33 года все-таки.
Alas, you are too late yet again.
Может ничего не сработать.
Merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my interest. And with it, my interest in joining your
Теряться в процессе негде.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did.
Блин, ну картинки-то были.
Hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that.
Как Камасутра
As
для
soon as he left,
чайниками.
I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, the bearers are to be well treated. Which is something, at least. But they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head.
Вот нихера себе.
Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are against them. They need help, and fast.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just... make sure he's safe.
Hold on, Theo. Let's go. Run like the wind.
Так, погоди. Да, правильно.
That'll do, girl. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area's flooded with ether.
We just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Torgal, with me.
Могли бы и помочь мужику как-то. Ленивые засранцы.
This is no time to ride.
Интересно, там реально дракон или просто тупо виверны?
All right.
Ну я же есть не всегда.
Where are you, Theo?
Да был уже эфирный дракон, в принципе.
Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does.
Да. Балдуры третьего века. А, ну вот он. Это же самое.
This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. Slow. Nice try.
Хватай его за жопу. После сварога дракона, конечно, не впечатляет. Вот Адис дракона ее тоже есть.
Theodore, you had me worried for...
Здравствуйте, тут Адис. Ох ты, что моя.
We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
Скажи алло. Сказал. У тебя что не у меня? Какой телефон звонит? Ну, явно не у меня.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye. Oh.
Еще сериал, блин, параллельно со стрима смотрит. Многозадачный человек. Братана жалко.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place. Against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live
Правая
your
или
own
левая?
life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer. In more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken.
Что за руль? Даже на велосипед не посадишь. Если она путает право и лево. Небезопасно это.
The decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue your lives together, and you always would have.
Будет с кем в зоопарк хотя бы сходить.
All I ever wanted. All I ever did.
Нельзя разучиться кататься на велике. Невозможно.
Why did you have to?
Нет, в 2016-м как бы можно, ну, если не умела ездить до этого, то как бы какая разница, села и села.
but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here.
На шоссейниках сложно
We can
ездить.
help people.
Остальное все
Save
довольно
them.
просто.
I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be, bringing smiles to people's faces, just like we always have, and to Theo's, wherever he is.
Называл, да, потом, блин, чуть-чуть покатайся, и будет снова нормально.
The life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own. To continue helping you however I can. Whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then. For Theodore.
Сильно хотелось, а как жопу разминать каждый раз? Садишься и все, и жопа разминается. Руки в прямую оплату системы добавили без тенге и прочего. О, это хорошо. Ну там опять поди, блин, в Киеве не то, что даже... Там хоть в Киеве, хоть не в Киеве, проблема в том, что в любом случае комиссия у Киева сама по себе просто конская, просто тварь, а не комиссия. Ну, здравствуйте, Зорин.
Not a scratch on them. Have you noticed the elk?
А потом будет сухая, жесткая, не мяв. Не будет.
Here's the scraps you're after. Thanks.
Блин, а где квесты?
Can't do without leather if I'm to polish these stones.
Вот.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with his quest to uncover Ultima's origins. Have you learned anything of note since last we spoke?
Little and less, I regret to report.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest until the truth is known. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm for traces of Ultima's touch.
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far as Phoenix Gate.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets concealed within.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our number at work.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey is being conducted not far from here. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built around a fallen airship. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary findings, but if you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be honored to relate any discoveries they have made to you directly.
All right. I'll go and meet with them.
They will be most gratified, I am sure. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village after but a short walk.
Thank you. I will.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the Firebird's flames burn ever in your heart.
A village built around an airship. Sounds like another lost wing.
Так, ну и чё, и где это? А. Понятно. Ну тогда сюда.
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
Anyone without a blade, come and get one. Sharpest edge in Dravoj, guaranteed.
Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. There's swarms of them out there. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at least.
Well done.
Welcome back, Sid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravoj would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Я так и думал, что он тоже здесь.
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Здравствуйте, Ксарвас.
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master.
Тут загуглил, что такое аппликатор Кузнецова. Если это то, что я думаю, эта штука вроде как довольно опасна.
Best blacksmith in Dravoj, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me. So you wasted half.
Да, коврик с колючками. Типа дает пролив крови к позвоночнику, и это типа очень плохо. Или что-то типа этого. Короче, какая-то от него отдача есть неприятная. Весьма и весьма.
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravoj is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in.
А ты каждый раз это говоришь, уже в четвертый раз ты это говоришь, напрасно ты влез. Одно и то же, каждый раз. Просто скажите мне, где эти сраные каши, я уже пойду.
Ready for the off then?
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we? Oh, and Blackthorn, you and Zoltan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise.
You'd better be right.
Take good care of Dravoj till I get back.
Leave it to me. And give those things what for, yeah?
No.
All right. Which one of you's first?
Причем до последнего не стал никак. Бегемота еще не было. Вы имеете в виду вот этого бегемота, который типа большая кошка, такая кошка гига-качет. Как Керл, только в раза в 4 больше. Этого бегемота. Ну да. Нет, не было. Наверное, какие-нибудь секретным боссом будут. Они ж по уровню опасности как это легендарный бублы.
Is that it?
Oh, girl.
Apparently not.
Нет. Это кто, Мантикора?
Getting past me.
Слушай, жирненько. Господи, какие у него ноги мускулистые, вы посмотрите, а, какая прелесть. Опа! Если не включилось. Опа! Наберут, блин, врагов по объявлению. Животинку бежишь, посмотрите, какие у него мускулы, ядрить колотить. Животинку.
Now the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravoged won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
А руду вы где будете брать? Как бы от которой зависит вся ваша деревенька, если вы все тут, блин, кузнецы. Разваличок. Ну, вдруг разлив эфира кончится.
And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when for me...
Да, мужики, целуйтесь.
You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Dravoged isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day, because it's easy and turns a profit. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravoged what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The master smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
Но по идее кузнец больше грустить не должен. Вроде все хорошо.
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
Вот тебе значок для топ-квестов, Сид.
A token of a lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin would be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten?
А нахера к мечу нужны гравировки?
First place. A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
The beast was charging.
Так, ну что, вроде последний доп-квест. Последний.
Ready, go? Faster!
Ну, вдруг это гига-легендарный меч, который уже не поменяем. Это тебе, типа, награда за усердие. И чё? А, через след титанов же, господи. Он уже говорил. Ну, блин, да, мне будет, наверное, не просто палка, а легендарная палка с охерительной гравировкой. Где же надеюсь, что там гребаный кристалл будет?
Straight home now.
Что-то какая-то... Да. Ну, хотел сказать, какая-то заброшенная деревенька, но тут все хуже.
You'll pay for this. May still be survivors.
Хотите сказать, что вот эти вот гребаные боботы умудрились напасть на... А, ну они рядом с этим. Ладно, тогда действительно могли.
Whatever that thing is, say it's their leader.
Это не, как бы, не световые шашки, это типа мечи из чистого эфира. Как оно работает, видимо, никто понять не может до сих пор.
Should have stayed in the past.
Вопрос вот в чем. Они, интересно, этот эфир собирают из окружающей среды, или это в них такой генератор эфира стоит? Или эфирные батарейки какие-то. Чтобы такой меч запускать.
Forgive me, my lord.
А тебя не смущает, да, их как бы одежда в целом?
You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins, a duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings in his stead.
I see. That is most kind. Pray, take them then, with our humble thanks. May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart, as it does in ours.
It's one thing to lay down your life for another, but for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Ну тебе же говорили, что ребята крайне фанатичные. Ух, нифига себе. Еще не бубнит никто, как никто. Я бубню. Сижу тут бубню. Я просто не бубню вместе с ними, потому что будет непонятно, как бы, что я бубню, что они бубнят, как бы. Надо уважать бубнение других. Мало бубнишь, надо больше, нет, надо достаточно. Я умеренно бубню, если я буду бубнить больше, это будет душилово.
You are returned, my lord.
I collected your colleagues' preliminary findings. Here, take them.
Что там будет написано? На восковой печати собираешь Феникса, нет, хрен там. Это может быть написано, что там они ее разузнали.
My thanks.
Или нам расскажут подзите.
I shall study them and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might aid you in your fight against Ultima.
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses in Kretov. Losses which could have been avoided had the others not chosen to complete their work instead of saving their friends. Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty. And should we die in discharging it, so be it.
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would be fruitful to argue. The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. And your opinion of our methods, however honest,
Нам положено за Феникса умирать, мы будем умирать за Феникса.
we live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order exists for that purpose, and that purpose alone.
Cyril, I know that you and your brethren answer only to Joshua, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve him. Please. For all our sakes.
I thank you for your advice, my lord. If you will permit me to respond, our faith in his grace, Joshua Rossfield, is absolute. And we of the Undying will do what we believe is right to fulfill our duty unto him. As first shield to the Phoenix, I am sure you understand what it means to do one's duty.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind. And it is my hope that we may continue to do our duty together.
Странный орден, но что поделать. Какова стопроцентная вероятность того, что после того, как мы вернемся вот сюда, в наше убежище, там появятся новые цели для охоты? Какова стопроцентная вероятность всего этого, как вы думаете?
Covered in nicks and lumps.
Ну, как оказалось, стопроцентная вероятность равна не 100%. Не угадал. Бывает.
Ah, Sid. Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
Good, thankfully. Here.
Ah, that's brilliant! Thanks a blimmin' million! I'll fit 'em to the smelter right away!
Судя по звукам, там что-то не то будет. О, я слушаю нормально.
May I present to you the Telemon Furnace in Badishi?
Это задание повлияет на сюжет? Нет, просто усилит меня.
Saved my bacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded.
It's fine, really. My bag's flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon Furnace was just what we needed to perfect
Как
it.
в моей очень мягкой сумке сделал теперь очень мягкую застежку.
But it's also, well, stretchy, if you can believe it.
Здравствуй, Самура. Да, мы знаем, мы уже пообсуждали это. Уже в Дискорде есть инфа о том, какие классы расы будут.
Is the spirit. You'll love it. I promise. So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
Слушай, опыта отсыпает. Неплохо так. Место под снаряжение. А, это опять зелье. Я думал, под снаряжение будет иметься в виду застежки, но... Но нет. Просто больше зелий. Ну, тоже приятно.
How do you split the sea?
Come back. Oh, don't tell me. Let me tell you a story, Clive.
All right.
Them rumours Wetlegs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to.
Вот и вы общались.
Still alive, are ya? It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
Нет. Ничего нет.
Finished, are you? The stew's...
Правда, поиск был. У меня вроде как лучше. Или у меня он же, но плюс 2.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without your help. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leatherwork for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the outer aisles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
И тем более у нас новый город вроде как, в котором можно сделать какой-то гигатягучий металл. Звуки кузнечной работы.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
О.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something.
То есть как бы Рагнарёк это так. Легендарно, но может получше.
That's a weapon I'd like to see. You leave this list with me.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to celebrate.
Хватит бухать с грустью, пора бухать с праздником! Эскиз «Гибель богов». И далее Рагнарёк. Или золотое оружие. На гибель богов надо поди всех монстров С-ранга загнать. Я ни разу не удивлюсь. Да, у меня он рунный как раз. Рунный пояс, рунные наручи. Гибель богов. Нужен Рагнарёк, Орехалк, 3 штуки, охренеть. Темносталь и примитивный боевой рожок. То есть темносталь выбивается, примитивный боевой рожок тоже. Жесть какая.
I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak again, let alone work together. And if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. You've been a good friend of me, Clive. The best.
Грёбаная пожарка опять сработала, а? Я думаю, что там верещит?
You do what you need to do, Clive.
We've run out of pepper.
Come back. Covered in nicks and lumps.
Меня хоть он найдет-то, нет? Не он идет.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Боже, это 850, нихера себе. Кольцо быстрого стрелка. Подарок от вечных.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Усиление магического школа происходит на 2 секунды. 0,2 секунды быстрее. Потрясающе.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just, I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
Блин, эту пожарку отключат или нет? Наконец-то. Как же она верещит. Слава богу, что вам не слышно. Это падла, видимо, боль что-то сожгла на плите. А, все-таки слышно было, как эта херня верещит, да? Ладно.
What is this place?
Don't move.
Не, ну понятно, что когда я говорю слышно, просто когда я говорю, сенсорика очень сильно поднимается у микрофона. А пока я молчу, как бы захвата звука не существует.
Here, it's fresh from the well.
Блин, эта девочка всю игру там показывается. Какая она милая все-таки. Их подлечить хочет, вот водички принесла. Может, новой королевой станет. Девочка главный злодей, да. Ультима на самом деле.
Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to.
Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there.
Слушай, ну девчонка как минимум талантливый лекарь. Как минимум.
You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Красивый чертяга.
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you coming!
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
Ну так говорит, как будто, блин, он постоянно в форме Феникса, блин, сражается как мы в себя. А вот и новые охоты. Ну, вот они. Вот они, родные, вот они. Трехглавый ужас. Рассказали мне встречу с гигантским зверем. По их словам, похож сразу на легион. Ну это Мантикора. На ужас застывших в глазах. В пустыне Вилкруа рассказали мне встречу с гигантским зверем. Встреча Вилкруа с гигантским зверем. На ужас застывших в глазах. Холодный пот. Обратно. Вот где это может быть? Пустыни Вилкруа. Пустыни Вилкруа. Пустыни Вилкруа. Вот где-то здесь. Ладно, я понял. Нет, пустыня Вилкруа. Локация называется Пустыня Вилкруа. Пойдем по боку. Вряд ли он где-то будет в центре. Вот потому что слишком тупо, там же основной квест проходит. Поэтому где-то по боку пойдем. Здравствуйте, Владали. Ну, примерно то, что мы предполагал. Ну, только не лево нижний. Просто в каком-нибудь из углов. Да, вон души здоровущие. Ну, поехали. Гор Кимера. Страшно. Что-то пока непонятно. Вроде много костов и все что ли. Ладно. Если его слабые точки убивают, он сейчас его томит от себя. Так, оп. Еще разок. Монстр на самом деле типично ДНДшный, потому что финалка, еще раз говорю, всегда была... Весь бестиарий финалки всегда был основан именно на ДНД. А как-то он легкий слишком. Не пахнут тут дындой. Ну, то же самое Мантикора в дынде была. Если уж на то пошло. Херобора трехголовая какая-то. Декора была везде, это да.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
I still say it were a compliment.
Ah, Clive. I was wondering when you'd arrive.
У нас, видимо, новый кампейн будет, когда мы Baldur's Gate 3 начнем проходить.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask
Ну, это Хивера, ну...
one of her ovens?
Да херня.
Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood?
Nah.
Barnabas Thom, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843.
То есть не так давно, в
And that
принципе,
the
было,
king
да?
still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now.
По-моему, она к нему подкатывает. Так, слегонца. Поблизости доступно новое задание. О, нет.
How do you split the sea?
Ребят, мы только что сделали штук 15.
Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but... But His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Tarja and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's anguish will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
Ну куда я денусь-то ради Джошуа-то, конечно.
Anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
Oh, but, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Надо сейчас, кстати, будет прокачать. Посмотрим, хватит ли мне на новый навык. Ну как на новый, скорее на старый. Так, во-первых, растущее пламя мы оставим. Вот. Надо посмотреть насчет вот этого вот сильного удара. Замах. То, что он наносит урона довольно много. Хотя потрясение тоже прикольная вещь. Ну-ка мы это сбросим, попробуем взять потрясение. Гнев Титана тоже хорошо. Пройдите вперед, пройдите серию быстрых ослепляющих ударов. Так и при движении блокированным вражеской атакой сила ударов увеличивается. Не, ну это понятно, но при этом надо атаку заблокировать. Ну вот это возьмем. Это плюс вот это. Вот. И поменяем с этим на потрясение. Приятная ОЕшка, плюс довольно много урона наносит по стойкости.
Good girl.
С пустыми ребята, по-моему, явно переборщивают. Ну, на большего мне просто навыков уже не хватает. Ну, очков. Да, курица ядрить, колодить, поворачивай.
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Valode mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Не, ну геймплей чисто по сюжету. По 30-40 часов. Где мы сюжет считали, плюс вот эти вот спецзадания с усиливающим. Ну просто непонятно, что еще кому надо, потому что я уже всем помог, блин, кому только мог. Там, скорее всего, еще, блин, гребаный квест доделать с мадам. Вот. Непонятно, что у них там с восстанием в Норд-Стриче. И все, эти там все обустраивают. Марти мы тоже помогли. Кузнец больше не грустит, он нашел себе братана. Кому еще что от меня надо, непонятно. Вот, да, забирай. Ну что им захочет? Собаки как раз даст.
I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Вот видите, хоть кому-то я нужен. Приятненько.
How do you split the sea?
Это интересно, для гига-задротов, которые, блин, пошли все допы, вся охота и так далее, будет что-то ну, такое дополнительно секретное, не знаю. Потому что в 15-й финалке вроде как были для гига-задротов, которые все прошли, доп оружия и доп бои с гигамобами.
It inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
Нормальный
You will
боевик.
recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the
Не, ну где боевка
more
лучше?
example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
Не знаю, мне нравится. Значит, я либо школота, либо зубер.
Please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles?
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise.
Чё ты руками машешь, блин? Стоит, машет руками.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Ну.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Ты мне доп. Задание дать хочешь? Признавайся, сволочь. Я в этом уверен. Перед тем, как ты уедешь, мне нужно, чтобы ты принес 3 цветочка на могилу моей дочери. Ну, доп. Задание, вот, должно быть трогательно.
How do you split the sea?
Is something wrong?
Not at all.
Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
Ну и да. Ну слушай, для берега тени тут довольно зелено.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose?
Ой, да ладно, у нее же не вся сила была отобрана.
She'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
Да, скорее всего, решили не конкурировать просто со Старфилдом, поэтому пораньше решили выпустить все. Вполне разумное объяснение.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it.
Как бы, а учел там разведывал, что есть путь впереди или нет, или нам придется вниз спускаться? С Курим будешь играть? Не знаю, он без русского, там много текста, я не хочу сидеть переводить. Хотя, с другой стороны, в принципе, с учетом того, что чуть ли не за пару часов после выхода появился машинный перевод, причем довольно неплохой у джедаев. То есть вполне вероятно, что появится такой же машинный перевод довольно быстро на Скурим космическом.
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
Oh, this place is as dead as Grieger's ghost.
Вот там орки ошиваются.
I knew I smelled something.
I see only orcs and caching here.
hope the villagers made it out in time.
Прикольно, кстати. Притянул мужика, наступил на него, подпрыгнул, притянул, наступил, подпрыгнул, притянул, наступил, подпрыгнул. Потрясающе. Ну, основные рынки-то они все-таки утянули, то есть английский и китайский. Я бы, конечно, дико поржал, если бы Starfield вышел без китайского перевода. Типа, у нас игра выходит только на английском, а все остальные идут в жопу. Игра, по-моему, конечно, у них свой есть, но многие китайцы играют через тайваньский аккаунт в запрещеночку, так сказать. У них же, по сути, игры вообще не продаются, которые параллельно одобрены. И для того, чтобы что-то купить, ребятам приходится очень сильно заморочиться. То есть создать тайваньский аккаунт, играть через VPN, вот это вот все дело. Вот, конечно, знают, но смотрят так сквозь пальцы, как бы. Официально запрещено, а там уж на ваш страх и риск.
It's Canberra all over again. Where the hell are the royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
Вы думаете, нам здесь дадут значок, чтобы все знали, что мы свой?
Ай-ай.
Ох, нихера себе.
Has the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slabbering monsters.
Clive, you must go on ahead without me. This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
Может, Гэва с собой возьмешь, нет?
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own? Of course. Mostly.
Lady Vivian's map is so old it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called Aistla.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
Ну покатили, задачи делать.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Ты тут километр, блин, почти пилить.
This place reeks like a moble's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
No mistakes.
Как хорошо, что, блин, квест на Чокобо сделали, а?
No holding back.
Не требуя нежелательные бои, можно просто пробежать.
Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal. That must be Aistla.
Thanks, Gal.
Ничего. Неужели деревенька, в которой живут? И которая при этом не заброшена? И в которой нас нахер не пошлют? А по-моему пошлют.
What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Везде гребаная каша.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap!
No quarter!
Ура, гигалучом! Да, ребята, как-то вы соберитесь в Вольтрон, я не знаю. Да, господи, сколько вас, а? А, блин, я ж не повернусь дальше. Все время забываю. Все? Ну, слава богу. Ядрить какой-то был. Кстати, блин, что все нападает. А дерьмо. А дерьмо. Мне вот интересно. А, то есть я не могу взлететь наверх, если сверху лазером шибануть. А, жаль. Очень жаль. Максимум можно взлететь наверх и вниз титановским кулаком бахнуть. И то это типа более ослабленная атака будет.
Gav. Gav!
Это что там? Дракон теперь еще раз?
Fuck.
Вот нихера себе. Фак не то слово.
Bound for Stonir. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this?
Опять пол земли сейчас уничтожим. Нихера себе. Он метеорит на нас скинет. Барьер. Ну слушайте, по-моему, это единственный, за исключением Бахамута, мужик, который реально сдружился со своим Эйконом. То есть он чуть ли не на полную его использует. То есть только он и Бахамута использовали, и все. И то этот, по-моему, круче. Остальные так, херня из-под коня.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Да, это Один.
No!
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened?
Ну, Титан, там же говорили, что Титан не в себе был. То есть он силу-то понабрал, но там типа сила управляла им, а не он силой. Поэтому он, по сути, тупо бушевал. Бездумно и безобразно. А вот этот хер, он свои силы полностью управляет.
If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
Ага. И Торгл мне не подскажет, что тут идти. Где Джилл? На корабле защищает корабль.
Ash is a big place, Clive. Don't want to be blindly wandering its blighted fields if I don't have to.
Бенедикта тоже полностью контроль потеряла. Она тоже безумствовала, потому что Клайв из нее силу-то высосал. Вот, и она в безумстве своем на последнее типа отдалась Айкону своему.
So did I. Well, this isn't at all foreboding.
Лопаты подкупную. То есть реально из ребят, кто буйствовал, но при этом вроде как гигасильный был, только Бахамут. Нет, когда он забирает силы, доминант очень сильно ослабляется, очень сильно, на какое-то время. То есть, ну, как по сути из тебя куча энергии высосали. А потом со временем она типа, ну, восстанавливается. Но доминант какое-то время очень слаб.
Miss. Whoa, easy.
Вопрос в другом, конечно, как бы, остается ли он в полную силу сам по себе? То, что непонятно. Значит, беременная?
My thanks, kind travelers.
Да, похоже, беременная.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
Види кристалл. Какой-то гигамеч вызовет, который планету разрубит. Потому что Бахамут почти планету уничтожил своим гигазеро лучом.
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the arcade. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by the ether. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run.
Может, она этот, носитель? И эфиром не прибила.
I didn't know what to do.
And this, okay, is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Drawn east to the tower, to reverie. The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether.
Типа что, ребенок вжрал в себя весь эфир?
You mean it's a bearer?
Ну логично. Что ребенок носитель, да.
Time's running out.
Нет, тогда все логично, да. Вопросов нет.
This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
И как ты их откроешь? А, серьезно? Блин, нам пришлось как-то огоньком все поджигать. Или у них электричество кончилось, и замки теперь не работают. А вот полная фреска.
The mural is complete. Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here.
А, видите, какой-то заблудший Левиафан все-таки здесь.
Where is the Phoenix?
У Фрида как раз крылья Феникса.
By the founder. So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
So that's how it's gonna be then.
Ну, идем к башне, что делать?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
Ну, то разумно, Гэв.
I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye.
Не, ну он не может не понимать, что если там, блин, будет реально гига-схватка, то от него толку будет мало.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
Никак вы не предлагаете туда пройти? Ну, видимо, там через ворота.
If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And so will I.
Нифига себе. Как тяжело открываются ворота. На удивление. Тут, короче, триггеры, когда ты вот нажимаешь R2, тебя заставляют, тут триггеры усиляются, и на него прям давить надо. Так, ну не со всей дури, но хорошечно так давить. Чтобы он прожался. На всех остальных дверей так слегонца нажал, ну как бы тоже с сопротивлением, но тут прям силу прилагать даже надо. Какую-никакую. Поворачивай, курица!
This is it, boy.
А мы придумали, как мы с ним драться будем в целом, с учетом того, что он нам в жопу 2 раза надрал. И даже при этом не вспотел. Или у нас нет никакого плана? Охерительно. Ой, иду на минутку. Бог любит троица, а? Давайте вперед. А, погоди, нам не сюда. Мечта. Такая себе мечта. Слушай, если это мертвые земли, как мы там эфиром херачить будем? Ну, эти моровые земли. Мы же реально в моровые земли сейчас идем, судя по карте.
I've come for you, Barnabas.
Даже без дополнительных заданий. Ну, сейчас, по идее, должна быть гигасхватка, потом 20 дом заданий, потом опять гигасхватка.
Stay close, Torgal.
Блин. По-моему, собака чуть хвост не прищемила.
The tower. It's alive. More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether. There should be enemies.
Мне нравится, что Торгалу вообще в принципе насрать на развитие эфира.
Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
Что-то как-то высоко мы едем. Пиробол, блин. Взрывается гадина. Хватай его, блин, быстрее! Ура! Держи. Раз. И два. Интересно, это реально просто охранные боты были? Ну, в свое время. Или это там, не знаю, какой-нибудь бот-ремонтник со сверлом эфирным. А, в итоге не туда пошел. Молодец. Что-то в этот раз недолго ехали. Это что за бабуйня? Зараза. Отлично. И еще раз. Блин, теперь мне интересно, а почему тут гилы со всех падают? То есть, ну это же вроде относительно современная валюта. Почему с монстров древних падают гребаные гилы? Ну, ребята. Блин, на самой верхушке, где же еще? А не то? Это что за бабуйня? Ну ладно. Раз. И два. Это зачет будет гейм открою. А, нет, стримов. А у нас отпал интернет. Или не отпал? Все-таки отпал, зараза. Интернету вернись, я все прощу. Непонятно, появился, не появился. Ну, типа какой-то коннект есть. Да, наконец. Так. Ну. Заработало. О, как, видимо, условно заработало. Работай ты, бубуевина! Ай, гребаная эта херобора. Короче, печальная история. Интернет нас покинул. Ну, я так понимаю, покинул нас совсем. Видимо, поэтому это будет внезапный конец стрима и конец ввода. Потому что. Вот такая вот фигня. Конечно, извините, но интернет реально почему-то сдох. Причем, так, судя по всему, сдох везде, потому что ни до чего нет коннекта. Мы по всему дому что-то отрубили. Уроды! Ну ладно, за сим все. Всем спасибо. Всем спать-то бы.